so I can take a look? Welcome back, Samus. Come on, show me what you found in Flare Pool. Alright, what do you got? It looks like a circuit, and it seems like there's a chip inside. Okay, let me analyze it. Lemoyne Tech is really interesting. Oh, this is fascinating. I see. This program converts the energy that the device emits into thermal energy and highly amplifies it. If I tweak it and integrate it into your arm cannon, you should be able to use another new shot type. Ta-da! Give her a try. You can now use the fire shot. You can shoot projectiles with extremely high temperature, so I bet targets will burn or melt when they're shot. If you find anything else, bring it into me. I'm dying to do more experiments. Burn it all down with fire shots.
All clear. I never thought I'd meet the legendary bounty hunter, Samus.
In a place like this. Corporal Rieger Tokabi. Fed Sniper. Herc Unit Delta. It's good to finally cross paths with you, but tell me, where are we? We were deep in gunfire. I lost visuals, then woke with a busted comms unit and a leg to match. Now, I tried to access this terminal, but the only thing I could get operational was the gun. That's it. Then I see this here. What do you make of it?
Oh.
You were able to activate this. A map of the facility. But it's corrupted. Ah, you want to go there. In that case, this elevator is the only way down. But the power's offline. One moment. There. That must be the generator room. I think we can bring it back to life. All right, you have the map. I'm no good with this leg, so I'll have to keep an eye on you from here.
Luck be with you. I can't go with you because of my leg. I'll have to stay here. I'll keep an eye on things from here. Least I can do. Need something? Samus? You hear me? I patched into the facility speakers. I can use them to communicate. I noticed that several rooms were unlocked at once. That was you, wasn't it? Nice. Proceed with caution. You never know what's lurking. Whatever you're doing, it's working. Keep it up.
I believe this is what you're looking for, Dylan. The predator is still alive, you bastard. I thought if it bleeds, we could kill it. Bullshit, Dylan. These predators are not dead. They're frozen alive. They're frozen alive, you bastard. So you cooked up the story and dropped the 6 of us in this frozen meat grinder. So what story did you hand to? Samus? Huh? I woke up. Why don't you? Bullshit. My men are not expendable. We don't do this kind of work. I hope you're happy, Dylan. Look how many predator eggs are out there. You were never that smart, Dylan. All you think about is yourself, Dylan. Alright, just for the record, in case you guys are wondering why am I not, like, showing my webcam or why am I not, like, chatting with you. I would love to chat with you, but this is not the game for me to be looking at the stream and chatting. You have to understand, Metroid Prime, it's a different type of a game, different type of a beast. Like, I have to focus, I have to think. You know, I have to just constantly think and focus on what I gotta do next. So it's not one of those games that you can really live stream because you constantly have to think. You know, like if I was flying a flight simulator, if I was playing Call of Duty, if I was, you know, playing Kirby Air Riders or Mario Kart World, yo, we'll you know, have some jokes, we'll have some good time. But this game just does not allow you to, like, not be focused. Like, you just, they should call it Metroid Focused Prime, because you're constantly have to scan, and you have to use your brain, you have to think, and it requires the utmost focus. Bullshit. It requires the utmost clear vision. But what the hell's the matter with you, Mr. 4K? There's a Terminator 2 game that's out, and you're not playing it, you bastard. Calm down, Arnold. I mean, don't you tell me to calm down, you bastard. You should be playing the Terminator 2, not this bullshit game. Look, Arnold, tomorrow, listen, look, guys, I know. You have every right to be upset with me, especially Jose. It's super upset with me that I'm not playing Terminator 2 2D. I promise you we'll play it. And Arnold will be there. Okay? Of course. My voiceover as Arnold will be there. I'll try not to break a character as much as I can not break a character. But I just felt like I needed to do this stream just to show you why I refuse to live stream this game, because it requires so much focus, So it's not like I'm trying to ignore you guys. It's not like I'm trying to be some douchebag or whatever. It's the fact is this game requires so much focus, you know what I mean? But I hear you. Terminator 2 2D, I know it's out. We'll see, maybe tomorrow over the weekend we can do it, I don't know, maybe in the evening or in the afternoon, whenever you guys are free. We can have some fun with Terminator 2. Believe me, I want to play it. It's available on Nintendo Switch 2. It's available on PlayStation 5, PC, Xbox, you name it. The only thing that it's not available on is the mobile, obviously. Mobile and tablet. But it's available everywhere else. Okay. So, yes, I want to play Terminator 2, but I just needed to show you with this one why I refuse to stream Metroid Prime 4. So when you watch this, you will realize, oh my god, so he constantly has to be focused. He constantly has to look to see what's going on. What's up, Shuki? Yeah, creative bondage, man. It took me a while to understand. This game requires utmost focus. What's up, Shuki? It's not like that I don't want to be talking to you guys. I do want to talk to you, but this game requires you to be focused, and that's why I really don't like streaming this game. I'd rather make videos. Because when I make a video, I can edit stuff out and I can tell you, etc., etc. What I learned in this game. Have I learned so much? Yeah, I have learned so much. Dude, look how deep I am into the game. I have learned so much about this game. I like the story. What I have learned about Metroid is, okay, it's not for everyone. Granted, it's not for everyone. But what I have learned about Metroid Prime 4 is this game needs to be played certain way. And certain way means you have to think. Trial and error. Okay? Oh, you've been there before? Are you sure you missed something? Oh, do you need something? You need to upgrade something? Okay, so go to the other place and research some more. Discover some other places and find whatever you need to, activate whatever you need to activate, right? So the game constantly requires of you to think, to focus. And this has been always like this. I've done some research on Metroid. Metroid has always been like this. Metroid, Super Metroid, Metroid Dread, etc., etc. And the Prime series, of course. It's always been about trying to figure out. And I think this is what both me and Jaffe didn't understand. And this is exactly why IGN, exposed Jaffe. It's like, Jaffe, you don't understand the game. And IGN was right. I'm sorry, I love Jaffe, but Jaffe, you're wrong, dude. You gotta understand, this game is meant to be played a certain way. The game purposely wants you to use your brain to think. What would you do in this situation? Okay, what are you gonna do? Figure it out. Don't just give up and that's it. That's easy, Don't give up. Try to figure things out. Use your brain. You got a brain for a reason. Okay, what am I missing here? try to outsmart the developers. Okay, developers, I see what you're doing, right? So that's what Metroid is all about. But then again, having said that, I don't expect everyone to like Metroid. Okay, just like I don't expect everyone to like Elden Ring. But I understand why these games are designed a certain way and why they're played a certain way. So it took a while for me to figure that out, but now after how many days? 7 days, I have pretty good knowledge of what Metroid is. But I understand it's not for everyone. Believe me, I wanted to play Terminator 2. What? It's 10% off on Steam? What? What? Oh, you should definitely get it for the Switch too. Not only do you get better graphics, bondage, but you also get 120 hertz, 120 frames per second performance. You get 4K HDR. It's just better, dude. You get this Joy-Con controllers. They're very advanced. That's what I'm using right now. These Joy-Con controllers, especially when you're using the mouse Joy-Con control. It's very precise. It's very smooth. Absolutely, man. Switch 2 version. It's the way to go, dude. Dude, I don't want to pay 30. Look, I don't mind paying 30 for Terminator 2, but if I can get it on PC for $26.99, hell yeah. How long is that going to last? $26.99. That's $27. It's not bad, dude. It's not a bad deal. I need to look into CD keys, bro. I think maybe CD keys might have it. Now they don't call it CD keys anymore. They call it loaded. But it's the same shit. If you type CD keys, it'll show up as loaded. They changed the name, called loaded, but it's still CD keys. I think they might have it cheaper, dude. Like maybe, I don't know how cheap they might have it, like $20. So the sale's till the 19th. Just in time before Christmas. That's a good price, $27, honestly, you know. Because it's Terminator 2, man. It's something I have to have. Like, especially for a guy like me. If I don't own that game, then I can't call myself a Terminator fan. Bullshit, you need to buy it. I don't give a damn if it's a $50 or $60 or even $100. You need to buy it immediately. Okay, fine. So yeah. I certainly want to get it. I certainly want to play it. But the thing is, man, there's so many games. Like, I'm so, like, I don't know what it is, man. I'm so stuck with this Metroid. Can I be honest with you guys? I know there's other games I could be playing, okay? I know that. I know there's other stuff out there, all right? And I know you would rather see me play something else like Terminator 2 or some other games. But, dude, Metroid had really, like, I'm, like, addicted to this Metroid. Seriously, I don't know what it is, man. It's like I can't put it down. It's like, yeah, I need to figure this out. Like I need to find out why X, Y, and Z. You know, it's like a scientist late at night trying to figure out the equation or some shit formula. So it's kind of like that, you know. What the hell, CD keys? That's ridiculous. They want more than the original retail price? That's ridiculous. Oh my god. Dude. Wait, they do? How much? I wonder how much it's on Nintendo Switch. $30, right? $26.79. So what are you saving? What, like 20 cents? It's cheaper than Steam. Yeah, but 20 cents is gonna make much of a. Yeah, but it's still a Steam version, right? That's a Steam version, right? You're still getting a. Well, I think CD keys is still better because you're saving 20 cents, and maybe you got some CD coins rewards that you can use and shave that 20 cents to even more. Maybe you can shave it down to $26. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? You know how CD Keys has those CD Keys rewards? No, they do. Like the more games you buy from CD Keys, it's called loaded. It's still same shit, CD Keys. The more you buy, the more CD coins you earn, and you can use those coins. You get like a 50 cents or whatever, 60 cents. So if you add 50 cents on top of that 20 cents, so you can shave it down to $26. And it's still a Steam version. It's a code to Steam. You know, you still get the game on Steam. It's added to your library. You can redeem that code. So I think CD Keys still it's a better choice, because hey, why pay an extra 79 cents or an extra $1 where you can shave down that extra $1 and just pay $26, you know? Yeah, so CD Keys is a good deal. Can I be honest? Listen, I know it's a Terminator 2, and I know it's a small studio, and I know they need the money, and I know it's specifically designed for the fans. But can I be honest? You know, you're charging $30 for a game that has 8-bit graphics, and look, and we get it, man. Brings us back to Commodore 64 days, Amiga A500 days. It's fine and dandy, but seriously, it should have been priced $19.99. I mean, am I being unreasonable here? I mean, Tomb Raider, it's $20, okay? For crying out loud. For $30, you can buy Hogwarts Legacy Nintendo Switch 2 version for $30. Right now, they have it on sale. You know what I mean? Like, I know people will buy it regardless. I'm not saying that $26 or even $30 is like end of the world, you know. Well, maybe for some people, maybe for me it is, you know. Maybe it is. I mean, for some people, $30 is the end of the world, you know, believe it. Yeah, but it should have been a $20, considering it's a, you know, 8-bit game, short 8-bit game, you know, and you'll finish it pretty quickly. And I'm not saying that it's not worth it. It's Terminator 2, of course. But, you know, it's like, you got to understand what this is. It's 8-bit game. Why are we charging $30 for an 8-bit game? It should have been $19.99. That's all I'm saying, you know. I know, but that's my predicament. Like, I want it, you know, and yeah, I'm willing to pay $26, no question about it. But the part of me is like, I have to, you know, play a devil's advocate. It should have been $20. Like, come on, man. Like, stop being such a goddamn cheap ass and go buy the damn game. Oh my God, Arnold. Don't you Arnold me, you bastard. You cheap ass. Go buy the game. How the hell are you supposed to have a clear vision if you don't buy the game? Well, right now I'm trying to have a clear vision with Metroid Prime. Bullshit there with this. The hell with this game. The hell with this game. Oh my God. Jesus, Arnold. Relax. Don't you tell me to relax. You relax. You need to be playing Terminator 2. The cybernetic mechanism. Not this bullshit game. Alright, I gotta continue. Anyway, I just wanted to let you know what's up. What's going on. You know, like I said, it's not that I don't mind entertaining you. It's not that I don't mind putting on a show, you know, especially on a Friday night. But, you know, this game, it's not that kind of a game, dude. This game requires so much focus. So anyway, I need to focus. But yeah, I'm certainly thinking about getting Terminator 2, for sure. I'll be back. Yes, you do that, Arnold. You've been saying they'll be back. I'll be back. 25%. Why 25%? Screw you. I'll be back. 75%. Well, why 75%? The hell with you. I'll be back. 100%. I can do Arnold so well that if people didn't know who I was, they would think that I am Arnold. especially on the phone, dude. But I don't like doing that on the phone because, man, people really get upset. They really do get upset. Same thing with the Keanu, like Keanu voice. Like when I put in an avatar, when I go to like I used to go to Meta Horizon World. Everybody knows that. I don't know. Maybe everybody knows. Maybe some of you know. Maybe not everyone. I don't expect you all to know. But people who are in Meta Horizon, Meta Quest 3, Meta Horizon World with the Facebook and all that, they all know like that I am the John Wick Returns. But some of them, they still don't know how I look like, right? And they have no clue that I even have a YouTube channel. So some of them actually, because I never break a character. You see, that's the thing. I have this super authentic looking John Wick character, and I never break a character. I stay in a character, and some of them actually think that I am Keanu, and I keep telling them I'm not a Keanu, I'm John Wick, because I can't say I'm Keanu because that's wrong on so many levels. I said I'm not Keanu, I'm a fictional character called John Wick Returns. And then people start believing me. They start thinking, so how's the Arch Motorcycles? Like people asking me questions about what is my next project. I like play along, but I try to tell them I am not John Wick. I am Keanu Reeves. And they get even more like confused. They're like, nah, man. You gotta be Keanu, man. I've seen celebrities before come in here. Yeah, but do you really think that Keanu Reeves got nothing better to do than put on a VR headset and come here in Meta Horizon World? I mean, he won't even do a podcast with Joe Rogan. Why would he want to put on a Meta Horizon VR headset and go in there as John Wick? Don't you think he's got better things to do? Yeah. And it's true. Like, guys, Keanu, like, you're not going to see Keanu put on a VR headset and go in there. I guarantee you. But if Keanu, like, knew that I was impersonating him, I think he would be cool with that. Honestly, I think he would think it was kind of funny. I don't think Keanu would be upset that I was like impersonating like his voice with John Wick. I think he would find it funny. I think he would approve. But it would be kind of interesting just to see his reaction if we could be there, like just like secretly as an avatar to be there just to see how I impersonate him. I think it would be nice to hear his opinion. Like what does he think? Like, yeah. So, I mean, yeah, I do voices. It's nothing new. I've always been a chameleon. I could have been a good actor, man, because I'm good at like sucking it all in. When I mean sucking it all in, I mean figurative speech. Like, I mimic people, I suck it all in like a magnet, Maybe sucking it all in is not a good word. Like a magnet. Pulling it all in, like a gravity, more like a gravity, Like same thing with Keanu, same thing with Arnold, same thing with, Christopher Walken. Thing with the Christopher Walken is like I have to be like in a depressed mood. I don't know what it is, like a, thing about the Christopher Walken is it's like he's like he feels like whatever. Like I look at Christopher Walken. To me, he doesn't feel like he's happy or he's grumpy. He's just like in the middle, like whatever. Like a very anonymous feeling, honestly. And a lot of people who met him, they said, like, meeting Christopher Walken, I didn't know what to feel about the guy. So me trying to mimic Christopher Walken, I have to be in that, like, a very middle ground, And then just do this, I see you. It's like he's got the whole thing, I see you coming. Why didn't you tell me you were coming? It's like he's got that whole what are you doing? I don't care. Why are you making fun of me? It's like he's got this whole thing, like it's like I don't know what it is. It's just like I don't know how to explain it. Like it's just got this like the depressing, like whatever kind of feel to it, you know what I mean? Like, where's your girlfriend? I don't see her. What did you do with her? It's like, I tell you, if you're tired of her, just give it to me. He's very unique. I mean, believe me, there's a lot of actors who met Christopher Walken, and I don't know how I sound. How am I supposed to sound? You tell me. I don't know. I'm not a very unique guy. All right, let me continue, guys. We have to continue. I wish I could sit here and nobody's in my lane. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe you're in my lane. Well, why? 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 You're in my lane. Why? You're in my lane. I don't like it. You know, I don't like. You're in my lane. Now, but he's a pretty cool guy. Honestly, he is. I tell you, I don't care if I'm a cool guy or not. I'm 82 years old. I don't care what people think of me. I'm a Christopher Walken. I could be walking down the street and people would say, "Hey, are you still walking?" And I would look around and I wouldn't say anything. I would just look at them and they would look at me and that would be it. Listen, guys, I got to continue playing this. I used to entertain people in Meta Horizon World. You guys, I can entertain you. You know that. I can bring the comedy, I can bring the entertainment, but I'm addicted to this game. This is KJNBA 25 fault, so blame KJNBA. He gifted this game to me. No, I appreciate. This is a Christmas gift. Honestly, it could have been a better Christmas gift than what he did. And also, I like your Christmas gift too, Shuki. $10, man. It was a really nice Christmas gift. Thank you for that $10. I can buy Papa John's for $9.99. Hey, food. Or Domino's, I don't know. They're both $10 now. But I like this game, I don't know what it is, man. It's funny because I hated this game. No, really, I did. And first of all, people think I was, listen, I know some of you have that idea, but I'm telling you, you are wrong. I was not trolling this game. Okay? If I was trolling this game, it would be obvious. I was not. And Shuki would spot on that. Jose would spot on that if I was trolling. I know some of you think that I was trolling. I know, because you don't know me as well as Shuki or Jose. I'm not trolling this game. It was genuinely, I was like having a difficult time like understanding the game. And I was really trashing it. I really didn't like it. Really. And I know people can't believe, like, holy shit. It wasn't like 7 days ago this guy was trashing this game. This guy was like shitting and pissing all over this game. And now 7 days later, what's changed? Well, thanks to KJNBA 25. He gifted the game to me. And I'm grateful that he did. Because I asked him, like, when I was doing a Call of Duty live stream, I said, what do you think about, Metroid Prime 4? He said, you know how I feel about it, And he said he likes it. And now he told me that the story, it's even more intriguing with these ancient aliens before dinosaurs. It's even more intriguing. These aliens, man, they're so ancient. They're much older than 65 million. These ancient aliens are probably like 200 million years old. Okay, way before our time. Even way before dinosaurs. So it's a very interesting story too. But I also have realized, and honestly it's true, you have to play the game before you can make any sort of a judgment on it. You know what I mean? It's like Death Stranding. Yes, remember Death Stranding? I was shitting all over it because I couldn't finish the first one because I was confused on what's going on. That's because my lazy ass didn't want to understand the game. But once I started playing Death Stranding 2, I connected the dots. Then I realized how much this game, it's amazing. Death Stranding 2, right? I think this is true for every game, dude. You gotta play the game before you start like making any kind of judgments. You can't judge a game if you haven't played it, and I think that was my mistake, you know. And I think I totally understand why people are pissed at me. Like, dude, you're judging a game based on some other guy playing it. You gotta play it. You have to have it in your own hands. And this is the golden rule, man. Unless I play the game, I can't really tell you. If people ask me, what do you think about this game? I don't know. I haven't played it. That's the way I'm going to answer the questions from now on. If people ask me, hey, what do you think about this game? If I played it, sure, I'll tell you what I think. But if I haven't played it, I'll just tell you, hey, man, I haven't played it, so I can't really tell you. Because I don't think it's fair for me to have any opinions on a game. I mean, yes, I'm entitled to my opinion, sure. Of course. I can say whatever I want to say, you know. First Amendment, freedom of speech, opinions, you're entitled to your opinions, you can say whatever. But then people will look at you and they'll say, well, don't you think that's kind of like ridiculous? You're talking about a game you haven't played. And you know what? They're right. They're not wrong. They're right. Like, how could you talk about something that you haven't tried? I mean, that was one of the reasons why I banned that other guy whose name I don't want to mention. He knows who he is. I banned him because he was trashing the ultra-wide screen and he was trashing the virtual reality headsets. And I asked him, have you ever tried it? Oh, I never tried. And I never will. Okay, so you're trashing, talking negatively, trashing about the ultra-wide screen, and you're talking negatively about the virtual reality headsets, yet you never tried it. So, you know, it's kind of, it would make me look like a hypocrite if and it kind of did make me look like a hypocrite. Like, here I am talking trash about Metroid, right, based on me watching somebody else play it, but yet I never played it. So that's what happens, man, you know. But thanks to KJ. I think KJ NBA 25 put me in my place. and he humbled me with a gift of the game. See how he did that? How KJ NBA 25 did it? He humbled me with a gift of the game, and like, here you go. The game that you hate, I will gift it to you, and you will love it. And guess what? And I am loving it. It's funny how that works. Look, I'm really grateful that he did. If he hadn't gifted this game to me, I would be still the same asshole, you know, trashing this game. So, guys, if you learn anything from me, if you're going to learn anything from me, learn this. Don't judge a book by its cover. Read the book. People are always having this knee-jerk reaction. They judge people based on how they look, based on how they talk. Because people are so visual with optics, you know, when they see you the way you are, the way you look, right? And don't judge the book by its cover. Make sure you play it. Make sure you read it, right? Don't judge the movie by its trailer or by its poster. Maybe the trailer's not just maybe, 100% the trailer's not telling you everything what's in the movie. So it's like one of those things, man. You know, Make a comment once you actually have experienced something. And that's what I'm learning, you know, thanks to this Metroid. Because it makes you look, it just makes you look bad, bro. It really does. Because when you're, then you become a hypocrite, right? Do as I say, don't do what I do. Exactly. Anyway, so yes, I love Metroid. When I finish Metroid Prime 4, I'm looking forward to Metroid Prime 1 remastered. And then after that, I want to finish Metroid Dread. And after Dread, I want to play those classic Metroids. You know, some people will not like that. Oh, Jesus, this channel is turning into a Metroid channel. Don't worry, there will be some other games. There will be Terminator 2. There will be Flight Simulator on PlayStation 5. There will be other games. You know, it's just right now I'm stuck with Metroid. Well, you know, I think this is good for everyone to see what happened to me. People will actually realize and learn something. They will realize, man, I can't just hate on the game because it's not my shtick. Maybe I should play it to understand it. You know, you don't have to love something just to fit in. Like, I didn't play Elden Ring trying to fit in. I played Elden Ring, and I have a live stream to prove it. It's like 10 hours and 30 minutes. I played Elden Ring just to see what it's about. Just to understand why people are fascinated by these Souls-type games, these Dark Souls-type games. And I understood. It was about the grind. It's about leveling up. It's about that grind, level up. It's competition. It's like a bragging rights to tell everybody, hey, look at me. Look what I've done. I've been, grinding this, and I defeated this boss. I finally did it. Right? That's the fascination. And I understood. That's why people play Elden Ring. So I think people need to play the games to understand them. You don't have to love them. You don't have to love the game. There's no law that says, oh, you have to love this game. Each game, it's for different people, different individuals, and that's okay. But for people to just say, oh, it's a shit game because it's not my kind of game, I don't like that attitude. The attitude should be, hey, it's not my type of game, but I understand why other people play it. I think that's probably the best way to answer that, right? But people don't want to do that because they want to tell you that, their shit doesn't stink and their shit is the best. It's like the whole ego thing, right? But either way, look, I wasn't trolling. There's no trolls, okay? I'm not trolling anything. With me, what you see is what you get. I'm not trolling this game. If I was trolling it, you would know it. It would be so obvious. I'm not that great of an actor, okay? I mean, I'm not, Academy Award winner. I'm not that kind of an actor, okay? Yeah, I can act, but I can't act that well to convince you that I'm really trolling this game. No. This is just the way it all happened. I was really frustrated with the game. I didn't understand it. And then KJNBA came in and he said, hey, I can gift you the game. You can try it out if you want. I was like, yeah, let me try it out. And everything changed from that point. Once he gifted this game to me, that's when the whole perspective shifted. That's where the shift happened. I was like, ooh, wait a minute. This is not exactly the way I was seeing it on other people's streams. And it's not exactly what people have been implying, right? Saying that this is garbage and this and that. I was like, oh, wait a minute, right? Then you started seeing for yourself instead of listening to the noise, right? If you've never been to a place, how could you know what it's like to be there. Because everyone will tell you different experience of that place. Some people had a good experience, some people had a bad experience. So you can't listen to the noise. You got to go to that place yourself and see for yourself what the place is all about. If it's for you, then it's for you. If you had a good time, you had a good time. If you didn't have a good time, but you have to try things out for yourself. That's the golden rule, you know. All right, so this ball's been sitting here frozen. I have to continue. Come on, you bastard. Why don't you play the Terminator 2? What are you? The sissy boy? The milky boy? I don't understand. What happened to you? You used to be somebody I could trust. You should be playing the Terminator 2. But instead you're playing the same as over here with this Morph Ball in a Mr. Freeze dungeon. What the hell's wrong with you? Arnold, listen. I don't want to disrespect you. I'm just saying, you know, sir, I have to play this game. Do you know what's the... Let me tell you something, you bastard. You sissy little dicklet. You cock. You cannot disrespect me, you bastard. I was the Mr. Olympia. I was a Mr. Governor. Twice. Of California. I'm the greatest, biggest movie star in the history of the humankind. So screw you. You cannot disrespect me, you bastard. I even defeated the Predator. That ugly bastard. All I had to do was put in the mud. Okay, my apologies, Arnold. I was the Terminator, cybernetic mechanism, T-800. My apologies. Sir, my apologies. Your apologies not accepted. You're getting terminated. All right, guys. I have to listen. I have to run away. He wants to terminate me. All right. I gotta run. Come back here, you bastard. I'll find you. I gotta run away, man. T-800 is after my ass. You bastard. I knew it. I believe this is what you're looking for. So you cooked up the story and dropped me in this meat grinder, huh? So what story did you hand to Hapa? You bastard. Alright, just for the record, Lamorne are these ancient alien civilizations that were here way before dinosaurs. They're like 200 million years old. So I think it's safe to say they created us. Right? And you can see that they've been experimenting with the DNA and all sorts of different things, right? Crafting different species, etc., etc. And who's to say that they maybe didn't create dinosaurs as well, right? Yeah. So that's what Lamorne are. So spoilers warning. I know I'm really deep into this game. Yeah, I'm really deep. So I'm giving you a little bit of a spoiler. You know. So the story is really good. I don't know why people are like so negative about this game's story. The story is pretty good. Some people are comparing it to Halo. I can see some comparison to Halo, but is that a bad thing? That's not a bad thing. I think that's a good thing. If something has a similar story to Halo, but it's not really Halo. Like, you know, maybe Halo 4, I guess. But even in Halo 4, I never understood Prometheans, what their role is. Like, honestly, I'm still confused about the Prometheans. You know, Prometheans in Halo 4. I'm still kind of trying to figure that whole, you know, concept of who they are, Prometheans. So, Lamorne are these ancient aliens. So the story is actually quite good. And I can see why some people are comparing it to Halo, maybe Halo 4, but this is a different type of a game, you know. Alright. I think Metroid Prime 4 is good. I think it's more than good. I think it's great. I would have given this game easily 9 out of 10. And I know you guys can't believe it now. Like, what? He's giving this game 9 out of 10? Yeah. I give it 9 out of 10, not just for the story, but for the unique gameplay, unique features that the game has, the upgrades, and the atmosphere, the world, the graphics, the music, the whole thing. You know, but this is certainly one of the best looking Nintendo Switch 2 games that you're going to find, you know. Meaning exclusive Nintendo Switch 2. I know it's available on the Switch 1, but let's be honest, the Switch 2 version is where it's at, you know. But yeah, man, this is a great game. I don't know why people are, you know, so negative about this game. Is it actually? It's not even repetitive. You know how I said it's repetitive? I don't even think it's really repetitive. You know. I mean, you could say that about any game. Go do this, go do that, collect this, collect that, right? That's what you do in pretty much every game. So I guess if we're gonna go by this repetitive notion, then you can say the same thing about the Expedition 33. I know it won the Game of the Year. It's a great game, but guess what? It's repetitive. Yeah, it has a beautiful story. It's a very emotional story, but it's also repetitive. Go here, go there, collect this, collect that. You could say that about the Death Stranding too. It's very repetitive. I mean, if we're gonna go by this repetitive standard, then every game it's repetitive. You know, so I don't buy into that. I don't subscribe to the whole excuse of, oh, it's a repetitive game. Then every game's repetitive by that standard, by that logic, you know. But anyway. Let me continue. And like I said, I'm sorry that I cannot read the chat. I have to focus, guys. I have to focus. I have to focus on this game. See these aliens? I need to see. Hey, what if... I don't want to go deep into conspiracy theory of aliens, but what if the creatures that we see, like Bigfoot, skinwalkers, these werewolves, whatever's out there, right? What if these creatures that we see, what if these gray aliens that we see, and these UFOs, what if these are just androids or some genetically engineered species that the highly intelligent civilization that's 200 million years old, it's testing us to see how we behave. You know, we worship them as gods, right? They built the pyramids for us. They did a lot of things. And now they're like testing us to see how we react. Are we ready for certain things? Are we not ready for certain things? Dude, you know, you can go really deep with this whole conspiracy about aliens, man. The rabbit hole goes really, really deep. Like there's no end on that rabbit hole. It goes way down deep. So, you know, like this game really makes you wonder about that, you know. And are we the creations of these engineers? You know, that was the one excellent point that Ridley Scott did in Prometheus, right? Now, Prometheus, it's a metaphor. They named the ship Prometheus. And what does that tell you? It's going to be tragic, right? Because it's called Prometheus. Because what happened to the Titan Prometheus, right? He was punished by gods because this Titan gave fire to people. And he was punished, right? So it has some kind of tragic, you know, metaphor to that. And it is. And what happened in the movie, well, the ship, everybody dies on that ship. The only two people that survived was Elizabeth Shaw and David, right? But then you got these engineers, right? These engineers that created these hideous creatures called xenomorphs, right? And why did they create these hideous creatures, xenomorphs? Right? They created them to use them as an army to fight for them, so they can exterminate certain species, other species, right? I don't know, man. Like, when you think about this kind of stuff, it makes you wonder, right? Universe is so infinite. This planet's what, 7 billion that we know. It's 7 billion years old that we know. You know, it makes you wonder, man, about a lot of things, you know. So I always keep an open mind. I never close my mind. I always keep an open mind. I'll never say, oh, there's no such things, or, you know, because I don't know. I don't know, man. It's beyond me. You know, and that's why they call this game Beyond. Metroid Prime Beyond. It's beyond Samus. What these alien species been doing in 200 million years, right? It's beyond me. It's beyond her. It's beyond everyone. So, you know, see, having this kind of conversation, it makes you wonder. It makes you think. It makes you think about, like, where we are as a species and how did we get here, you know. There's so many unanswered questions. And all you can do is really do your own research and make your own, you know, assumptions. What I mean by assumptions is assume what you think you assume. It doesn't mean you're right. It doesn't mean you're wrong. It just means that you are assuming. Make some assumptions, you know. And that's all we can do, is theorize on assumptions. I know there's no concrete proof, and I don't think we'll ever find a concrete proof. I think there's a reason why they don't want us to have a concrete proof. And when I say they, I'm talking about these, whoever these are, that created us, whatever that created us. I think there's a reason for that. They have their reasons, just like everything else has its reasons. Nothing just happened by accident, all right? You know what I mean? And, you know, everyone should be able to have their opinions about this, you know. That's why we have a brain. That's why we have a mind. We're supposed to think. Our mind is not supposed to be suppressed. We're supposed to question everything. We're supposed to question things. We're supposed to wonder about things. That's how you discover things. That's how you evolve, you know, by asking questions. That's the whole point of being a scientist, you know. Being a scientist means an open mind, right? Same thing with this 3-eye atlas. It's not behaving like a comet, so what the hell is it? And it's coming from an interstellar, you know, space. It's an interstellar object, means that it entered from a different, you know, galaxy into our galaxy. But why is it here? And why is it making a certain approach? The closest to us will be pretty soon, man. I think December 19th. No, December 23rd, I think. December 23rd, just before Christmas. The day before Christmas Eve. It'll be like closest to planet Earth, where we'll be able to see it with our with everyone's telescope. You'll be able to see it. So maybe we'll have a better data. Maybe we'll have a better imagery. But you know, you should always question things. You should never just like accept, oh yeah, this doesn't exist or that doesn't exist. This is the way it is. And you have an open mind. Don't be afraid of the unknown. The fact that you exist, it's unknown to begin with. Like, why do we exist? Why do we need to exist? What's with that universe? What's up with that? There's so many unanswered questions. Like, you are meant to ask questions. You're meant to evolve. You're not meant to be suppressed. And I don't like when other people try to suppress other people. Oh, there's no Bigfoot, or there's clearly something out there that people are seeing in the woods. There's clearly something that people are experiencing. You know. And for us to like just dismiss all of that, I think it's wrong. And I'm glad that people are finally starting to question things. And that's a good thing, man. That's one thing that makes me happy about today's civilization, is that people are open to accepting the fact that, hey, there's a possibility there's other civilizations out there. There's a possibility that there's other creatures we haven't discovered that live on this planet. They live underground, or they've been hiding in certain areas, etc., etc. There's that possibility that there's other things out there. And I think people should know. Humanity should know what's going on. I think we should know, because we live here. We should know what's surrounding us. It's no different than you knowing that there's a crocodile. We all agree, hey, crocodiles exist. And certainly they will eat you. And they're dangerous, right? But we live among them, right? There's dangerous, poisonous snake, but we live among them. So I think people are ready to like accept the fact that there's certain unknowns that we don't know. And it's okay. You shouldn't be afraid. You shouldn't freak out. You should just accept that, hey, I'm in this reality, and all of this is kind of unknown, right? There's so many unanswered questions. And then you look at the universe, right? You look at the universe, and what is that? What is that? It has no end. It's infinite. It's infinite, infinite, infinite. Infinite and beyond. Just like in 2001 Space Odyssey. You know? 2001 Space Odyssey is a great movie because the movie doesn't give you any answers. What is the monolith? Well, that's for you to make your own assumption what monolith is. Is it a birth of a new planet? What does it mean? Right? So it's for you to make an assumption what you think it is or what's going on. But asking questions, that's a good thing. Because if you never ask any questions and you're just an obedient slave and you just like take it, what they tell you, this is how it is, then you're just an obedient slave. You should be able to question things, and you should question things, and you should ask questions about everything, because that's how you discover new things. That's how you evolve. I don't subscribe to this idea that, hey, there's nothing else out there, this is the way it is, and there's a bunch of rocks and asteroids and da-da-da-da-da. I don't buy that. No. I don't buy that because I know what I'm feeling. You know what you're feeling. And what are you feeling? What do you feel? You feel that there's something out there that there's something out there, but you don't know what it is. You get that energy feeling, right? So follow your instincts, follow your energy feelings, and question everything, And it's good to see that a lot of people are doing just that. They're questioning everything. So I'm really happy about that. It's really kind of like, it's really nice that people are doing that they're asking questions, So what's out there? Everything and anything. Endless possibilities. No limit. I think you should have that kind of an open mind. Endless of possibilities. I mean, it's 2026. When are we going to start advancing ourselves to start accepting certain things, right? I mean, it's not 1960s, it's not 1950s, it's not 1930s, it's not 1990s, it's almost 2026. People need to start accepting the certain facts that, hey, there's things out there, we don't know what it is, but we're willing to study it. We're willing to figure out what it is. And the possibility of another species out there that might exist are endless. Look at how many infinite of galaxies do we have, Jesus Christ. I mean, for someone to tell me that that's it, we're the only ones. I mean, that would be like saying there's no fish in the ocean. That would be like saying there are no fish in the ocean. It would be as equal as someone telling you, yeah, there's no fish in the ocean. Fish doesn't exist in the ocean. It would be as stupid as like that for someone to tell you. It would be as equivalent as for someone to tell you that there is no fish in the ocean. There is no shark in the ocean. There is no sea turtle in the ocean. There are no crabs in the ocean. It would be kind of like that. It would be like someone telling you, yeah, there's no insects crawling around your walls or your grass. There are no grasshoppers. There's no cockroaches, right? There's no spiders. Just because we can't see it, just because we haven't seen it yet, doesn't mean that it's not there. And that's all I want to say. Just because you haven't encountered something, just because you haven't seen something, doesn't mean that it's not there. And that's why you have to have an open mind when you're thinking about these things. And I think it's exciting to know that there's so much unknown out there. I'm actually excited. I'm not afraid, oh God, is going to be some xenomorph coming in to eat me, whatever. I love the fact that there's so much unknown out there. It's exciting. It makes life exciting, to think about the frontier of it's like Star Trek. That's the whole point of Star Trek, is discoveries. What's out there, right? so that's my whole take on, aliens, and because it's on the news, everyone's talking about the Three-Eye Atlas, everyone's talking about the aliens. The Joe Rogan constantly talks about the aliens. Everybody's talking about the aliens. I mean, they got the congressional hearings regarding the UFOs and aliens. I mean, are you kidding me? They even have congressional hearings. But it's a good thing that there are congressional hearings. So what does this tells me? This tells me that they're taking it seriously. This tells me that the Congress and the government, it's taking this seriously. They're not looking at it as a joke. They're not like looking at it like, oh, put this guy in a straitjacket, lock him up in an asylum and throw away the key, put him in a straitjacket. They're taking it seriously, and that's a good thing. We should take it seriously. That's the whole point of science. That's the whole point of discovery. That's how you evolve. That's how you move forward. That's how you make a contact, by accepting the fact, hey, we're not the only ones here. Or maybe this will also make people realize that we need to stop these stupid wars, fighting each other. My dick's bigger than yours, all this nonsense. Let's work together for one common goal. Let's go out there into the space, because we don't know how long we have on this planet. How long is this planet's gonna keep us here, right? Till some asteroid comes in that we cannot stop, size of an Alaska, and it comes crashing down and wipe us out, right? So we have to think about that. We have to think about the future. But maybe this whole thinking about, hey, think about the space, could keep us focused on what's important, our survival of our species, right? Instead of just focusing on like, my nation's bigger than yours, my nation's more powerful than yours. When you look at the planet Earth from space, there's no borders, there's no flags, okay? Nobody really gives a shit about like what nationality you are. When they look at us from the space, they look at us as just one species. Humanoids, humans. They don't give a shit about our flags or our nations, right? So maybe us thinking about the space and what's out there can potentially keep us focused on that, instead of fighting each other. These pointless, stupid ass wars. So I don't know. I've been always fascinated by. I never talk about it like this openly, but because of this game, I'm kind of like bringing it up. But I always been fascinated by the space and universe. Like, you can't help it. You look at the universe and you're just like, what is that? And we're a tiny little dot. Tiny little dot in our Milky Way galaxy. Tiny little dot. And this notion to think that we're it, that's it, nobody else. It's ridiculous. It's just a ridiculous notion to even think like that. So anyway, let's continue. That's just something I wanted to say regarding the whole aliens thing, and because of aliens in this game, because they are aliens in this game. They're 200 million years old. And this whole thing with the Three-Eye Atlas and congressional hearings on the UFOs and all that. The UFO subject, the alien subject, has been much bigger now than ever, and that's a good thing. It's a good thing that people are accepting this now, that people are taking it seriously, and they're having an open mind. That's all really that matters. It's an open mind. Have an open mind. Don't judge the book by its cover. Clearly, people are experiencing something. They've seen something they can't explain. And there's a lot of stuff out there, and we have to take in consideration that there's things out there we can't explain. But that should make us excited. It should make us excited to move forward, to discover more, to build the spaceships, so we can travel and go where no man has gone before, right? You know what I mean? So anyway, that's just my 2 cents on that, all right? That's my TED Talk. That is my TED Talk, and Now you know how I feel about aliens. All right. Extraterrestrial aliens. And the space and universe. The movie that really got me excited about the space and universe, when I was a little kid, the very first movie I saw, way before E.T. and Close Encounters of the Third Kind, the very first movie I've seen on a television with my own two eyes when I was like 5 years old or 6 years old. I think I was 6 years old. 2001 Space Odyssey. Since I was 6 years old, dude, that movie has really like opened my mind to the levels of like endless possibility. And even to this day, man, you know, what Stanley Kubrick and I forgot the name of the writer that wrote the book, Arthur C. Clarke. The book that Arthur C. Clarke wrote, and of course Stanley Kubrick turned it into a movie. Even to this day, if you haven't seen 2001 Space Odyssey, you go watch it on the biggest possible screen. Turn the lights off, watch it on a projector, turn off the lights, watch it on the projector, and let your mind go. It's one of those movies that will hypnotize you, and it's going to take you into this world, into this endless possibility. And that's the whole point of 2001 Space Odyssey. For you to, you make your own assumption. What do you think? What is the meaning of the monolith? Right? That's up for you to figure out. And the movie doesn't give you any answers. And I love that. I think that's why the movie, even to this day, still holds up. Not to mention the artificial intelligence, HAL 3000, right? Which, here we are today. Artificial intelligence certainly exists. You got Alexa talking to you, listening to you. You got Siri and Alexa listening to you, just like HAL 3000, artificial intelligence. So Stanley Kubrick movie, 2001 Space Odyssey, is hands down one of the greatest movies in a cinematic history. Honestly, I don't think no way is there ever going to be a movie like that. That's once in a humankind lifetime. Once in a humankind lifetime, and it's such a remarkable movie. So that movie really got me thinking. And of course, all the other Spielberg movies, you know, Close Encounters of the Third Kind, Star Trek, Star Wars, of course. But I always been fascinated by space and universe, because you can't help it. You just look at it, you see it, and like, what is that? What is that? Where's the end to this? What is this? And that's the exciting part about the universe. And you should be excited. Don't be afraid of universe. Embrace the universe. Be excited that there's so much unknown out there for us to discover. That's the excitement. That's the drive. That's what keeps us moving. That is the drive that will keep us evolving into a different evolution, right? So we can move on to a different evolution than where we are right now. Anyway, that's my TED Talk speech on the Metroid Prime 4 Beyond. I hope you guys enjoyed it. I would recommend, obviously, Metroid Prime 4, but there's two games that's like you have to have, because they're fun games that you can play with your friends. I'll give you two recommendations: Mario Kart World and Kirby Air Riders. And if you're asking me why am I recommending Mario Kart World and Kirby Air Riders, that's because both of these games, Creative Bondage, Mario Kart World, and Kirby Air Riders are fun games. You can play it with your friends. You can, play with random people online, meet some new friends. It's a lot of fun, dude. It has a great value, replay fun value. You'll enjoy it. It's not a boring game. Like both of these games, Mario Kart World and Kirby Air Riders, you'll have a lot of fun, dude. Competing with other people, playing with other people, talking to other people. You can even turn on the camera. Same thing on the Kirby Air Riders. You can talk to other people, meet other people, customize your Kirby. So many, multiplayer modes and so many mini games in there that you can play as well. I would recommend Mario Kart World and Kirby Air Riders. Those two. You can get Mario Kart World bundle, so that way you don't have to pay $80 for the game alone. I would recommend buying a Mario Kart World bundle for $500, and then you can purchase for $69.99. You can purchase Kirby Air Riders. It's a fun game, dude. Everyone can play. You can even play locally with your friends. Locally, they can come to your house and you can play together. Those two games have value, and that's why I'm recommending those two games, because they will add a value to your Nintendo Switch 2, where you can always pick up and play. Like Mario Kart World, I can always pick up and play. Kirby Air Riders, I can always pick up and play. It's like Call of Duty, right? You can always pick up and play. Metroid Prime 4, when you finish it, are you going to go back again? Not right away. Maybe 6 months down the road, you might want to revisit different on a hardest difficulty or whatever. I'm not saying that you shouldn't play. You should certainly try out Metroid Prime, but not right now. Metroid Prime 4 is not a priority. Priority for you would be two games to have fun, because you want to have fun, right? For Christmas, for holidays, you want to enjoy yourself, right? So and that's actually two games I will recommend on my review. On the Christmas day, I have a 1-hour review on Nintendo Switch 2, which I'm working on, and I will have that review ready for Christmas Day, and I will certainly mention my two picks, Mario Kart World and a Kirby Air Riders. Kirby Air Riders, it takes a little time getting used to it with the controls, but once you get used to it, believe me, I know at first some people say, Kirby Air Riders controls, man. Believe me, they have a tutorial. It's very self-explanatory on how to use the controls and how to navigate your Kirbys and all that, so don't worry about that. Well, I have let me see what I have. I have a Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, and Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom looks amazing on Nintendo Switch 2. I'm really amazed by how it looks. As far as the Mario, there is a Mario Tennis Fever coming out in February. I believe February 5th. Mario Tennis Fever. I'm certainly going to be playing plenty of Mario Tennis Fever with the much better graphics. With you guys, you guys need to add me as a friend on Mr. 4K Teddy B on a Nintendo. So we'll see more Mario games next year, I'm sure. But right now, I would say Mario Kart World. There's also a Super Mario Party Jamboree, that's a lot of fun. Super Mario Party Jamboree, Nintendo Switch 2 version. That's another pick. That's like my third pick I would go with. So like 3 games. Mario Kart World, Kirby Air Riders, Super Mario Party Jamboree. Those are all party games, dude, that you can play with your friends online. It's a lot of fun. And then Hyrule Warriors. I can't really talk about the Hyrule Warriors because I haven't played it, Creative Bondage, but I love Zelda. I love anything regarding Zelda, and I love Dynasty Warriors type games. But I'm really, the only reason I would like to try Hyrule Warriors, it's because of the story. I'm fascinated by what happened to Zelda, Princess Zelda, and I'm fascinated by, you know, these other civilizations that helped Hyrule, you know, civilization as well. So there's so much to learn by playing Hyrule Warriors. There's a lot of cool games to play, dude. Like I said. And then when it comes to third party, obviously third party games are pretty cool. But Donkey Kong Bonanza, it's a lot of fun, dude. Collecting those bananas, digging in, trying to find those bananas, man, it's a lot of fun. Donkey Kong Bonanza is a lot of fun. There's a lot of cool first party games on Nintendo Switch 2, man, for you to enjoy. And then you got Pokemon Legends ZA. I didn't get a chance to stream it, but I have been playing Pokemon Legends ZA. It is so addictive, bro. Pokemon Legends ZA, I couldn't believe it. I was like, man, this is addictive. I've been playing it. Guys, I've been playing a lot of these games offline. Like, just because I'm not streaming it doesn't mean that I'm not playing it. Of course, when I'm not streaming, I'm playing games, you know, in my own, you know, privacy, at my own time that I choose to play it. But I can tell you that there's a lot of good games on Nintendo Switch 2, man. This is a remarkable hardware. Nintendo Switch 2, man. Not only did they sell so many copies, 10.3 million units, and I'm sure the number will be much bigger than that, but dude, there's so many cool games to play on Nintendo Switch 2. Not to mention all the backward compatible Nintendo Switch 1 games that you can also play on your Nintendo Switch 2. But yeah, Creative Bondage, Nintendo Switch 2, it's certainly worth it. And I will tell you more on my review. Believe me, there's more that I want to tell you, but I'm saving that for the review. When I officially release my review this Christmas on December 25th, I will have 1 hour review video of my experience with Nintendo Switch 2 and what I think. But I can tell you right now, look, I have my Nintendo Switch 1 OLED, and I love my Switch 1 OLED. I love the screen. I would never trade in my Switch OLED. I would never sell in my Switch OLED. It has one of the most beautiful screens ever, dude. Playing games on my Switch 1 OLED, the screen is beautiful. If you have Switch 1 OLED, you know what I'm talking about. But the features that Nintendo Switch 2 has, the way the graphics look, the way it loads faster, everything is just better, dude. It's just, you look at Star Wars Outlaws, you look at Cyberpunk 2077, how good Cyberpunk 2077 looks, man, and how unique Cyberpunk 2077 is, using these Joy-Cons as a mouse. I mean, you'll see when I do a video review on Christmas Day, you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. But is it worth the upgrade? 100%, dude. I'm just gonna tell you right now, if you cannot wait for the review, absolutely. Absolutely, dude. I highly recommend Nintendo Switch 2. Highly. And you will realize that as soon as you open it, as soon as you plug it in and you start playing it, you're gonna realize, oh my god, wow, like this is much bigger, better difference here. It's like a night and day difference. Literally, it's like a night and day difference. Yeah, I agree, Creative Bondage. The criticism of this game, it's ridiculous. Absolutely, man. This is a best looking at the moment in 2025. The best looking Nintendo Switch 2 game in 2025. And the criticism, it's repetitive. And this is what I was saying earlier. Really? If we're gonna use this logic that the game is repetitive, well, guess what? Then every game it's repetitive. Then we could say that for Grand Theft Auto, we could say that for Red Dead Redemption, we could say that for Spider-Man, we could say that for God of War, because essentially that's what you do in every game. It's repetitive. Collect this, collect that. Even the recent Expedition 33, yes, it has a nice story, nice characters, a very emotional game. It won Game of the Award yesterday. But guess what? It's also repetitive. Every game's repetitive. Even Final Fantasy VII is repetitive. Even Metal Gear, it's repetitive. So I don't subscribe to this notion that some reviewers are saying, oh, it's repetitive. No, every game's repetitive. So therefore, it doesn't count. And people say you spend a lot of time on the desert. Not true. That's up to you, Creative Bondage, if you want to spend a lot of time in the desert. You don't have to spend a lot of time in the desert. That's if you want to. You don't have to. You spend a lot of time, like in these dungeons, trying to collect these keys, go to these different towers, trying to figure things out, right? So this notion that you spend a lot of time in the desert, that's not true. I mean, yes, you can go in a desert, but that's up to you if you want to just drive around with your viola around a desert. So the criticism is ridiculous of this game. And even I'm guilty of it. You know, we already talked about that. But that's because I bought into the, I jump into the bandwagon. You know, I'm guilty of it myself. You know, I'm not sitting here like I am like, not guilty. Yeah, I'm guilty of that as well. I mean, I jump on that bandwagon like an idiot, and I bought into it, with all of these YouTube influencers. This is garbage. Only 80 on a Metacritic, as if that's bad. 80 or 81 on a Metacritic, like really, dude? That's not bad. They act as if that's a terrible score. But Nintendo, it's amazing, dude. Like, look, I love my PlayStation. Don't get me wrong. I love my PlayStation. I love. I'm a PlayStation fanboy at heart. At heart. People who know me, they know I'm a PlayStation fanboy at heart. And I love my PlayStation. But my God, man, Nintendo has really, made a comeback big time. It really has made a comeback. I love my PC. I love playing PC games. But, man, there's something so magical and unique about Nintendo that... for those of you who have Nintendo, you know what I'm talking about. And I can't wait for you, Creative Bondage, to finally purchase Nintendo Switch 2. You're going to have a lot of fun, dude. Trust me. If I'm having fun, I can see you having fun. There's a lot of cool games, a lot of cool features. You will enjoy this system. Trust me. I'll be right back. I have to use the bathroom. So, one of the things that I appreciate about Metroid Prime is the way it's being played. And of course, I was not familiar with the Metroid Prime, okay? Yes, I was aware of Metroid Prime, in the 80s and the 90s. Sure, I was aware of it. Just like I was aware of Star Wars, and Star Trek, and all this cultural music, movies, video games. Of course, I'm familiar, but I never really got into it because I was busy playing other games, But now, after all these years later, I'm almost 47. Here I am playing Metroid. People ask me, well, what do you like about Metroid? What I like about Metroid is that it's making you think. It's a game that requires the focus and patience. Like if you're somebody who has no patience, and you're like, man, I can't think. I don't want to think. If you're one of those lazy guys, just whatever, then go play Call of Duty, go play Battlefield, go play whatever. Go play a racing game. It's nothing wrong with that. Like it's not for everyone. It's each to its own. But what I like about Metroid is the game. It's teaching you to think, and I think it's really good for your brain. And I think that's what this game does. What if you're in this situation? What are you gonna do? Are you just gonna sit there and cry about it and bitch and moan about it, or are you going to do something about it? Like, remember that movie, The Edge, with Anthony Hopkins and Alec Baldwin? Sir Anthony Hopkins, great actor. Remember when they were stranded in Alaska and then they were saying, what do we do? How do we eat? What are we going to do? How are we going to survive? And everyone's bitching and moaning, right? And then he says, would you like to know why people die of shame? Says, what are you talking about? Why people die of shame? Says, please elaborate, Charles. Like, there was Anthony Hopkins. He was a billionaire. He was stranded with those other two guys. And one of them was Alec Baldwin. The other guy, I forgot his name. And then he says, let me tell you what I mean by die of shame. Why do people die of shame? They die of shame because they didn't do one simple thing that would help them survive. And then he goes, well, what is that, Charles? And then Anthony Hopkins says, thinking. Think. So, and it's true. If you really think about it, why people die of shame? They die of shame because they didn't do one simple thing that would help them survive, which is using your brain, thinking. Instead, majority of people go into a panic mode, anxiety mode, freak out mode, right? And we all know how that ends up, right? When you're in a freak out mode, stress mode, not thinking clearly. So I like that the game is doing that. And that's what Metroid Prime essentially it's doing. It's teaching you how to think. And I think that's why I'm so fascinated by this game. Figure things out on your own. No one's going to give you a helping hand here. Figure that out. And I think that's the fascinating part. That no one's like giving you any help. Figure that out. and that's why I'm fascinated with Metroid Prime 4, because I know a lot of you have been asking me, like, why all of a sudden change of heart? Well, thanks to KJNBA25, thanks to him, he gifted this game to me, and because he gifted it to me, I was able to give it a try. And once I started playing it more and more, once I started investing more time playing it, then I started understanding what Metroid is all about. And that's what has happened to me with this game. And I love it. I love this. I love it. Are the bosses hard? Yes. But they're not impossible. Yes, they're hard. And it's going to take you many trial and error, many trials and errors till you finally defeat them. But you'll figure out their weaknesses and you'll figure out how to defeat them. You know, I'm almost starting to sound like Christopher Walken. You know, you'll find their weaknesses, and sooner than later, you'll be able to defeat them, you know. It's true. That's what this game does. Yeah, there's some very hard bosses in this game. There's no question about it, dude. All right. But they're not impossible to defeat. You just need to find their weakness. You need to figure out the strategy and think. Again, goes back to thinking. All right, so how do we defeat this enemy? Think, think, think. Don't give up. Think. What is this boss doing that I need to do to avoid him damaging me, right? Etc., etc., right? So that's the whole fascinating part with Metroid Prime 4 for me. And the story, it's a bonus. I like the story. The story is certainly a bonus that I appreciate with these ancient aliens. They're much older than dinosaurs, so they date much older than 65 million years. Let's say 200 million years. So these are ancient. You know, super extra ancient civilizations. So the story, it's intriguing, of course. Hopefully this helps you like realize what fascinates me about Metroid Prime 4. And why am I now like a huge fan of this franchise? I want to play the original Metroid Prime 1 remastered. Hopefully there will be a Metroid Prime 2 and 3 on a GameCube expansion pack. I want to play those other Metroid games like Metroid Dread, which I do have. I want to play, you know, the Metroid games from Game Boy Advance, Game Boy Color, you know. So, and the classic ones, Super Nintendo Entertainment System, SNES, NES, you know. It's all available on an expansion pack. So, I guess you could say I'm a Metroid fan now. Or some people like to call me Scanner. Hey, I don't listen. I will not get offended if you call me a Scanner fanboy. I'll take that as a compliment. I think this is a pretty cool game, and I love it. I really do. I don't know what people who are criticizing this game. What were you expecting? No, honestly, ask yourself a question. What exactly were you expecting from Metroid? They have to keep those same elements of Metroid, otherwise it wouldn't be a Metroid game if they didn't keep those same elements. People say, but you're not alone. Yes, you are always alone, dude. Even what am I doing right now? I'm solo. Miles McKenzie, it's in the other part of the world. Okay? This guy, it's also, you know, has his busted leg and he cannot move, so he's letting me do all the work. You are solo in this game. All right? No one's helping you that much. So this notion, people saying that you're not alone, yes, you are alone. Yes, there's some characters from the Federation. They're available in this game, but they don't show up that often. They show up here and there, sure. I don't want to spoil too much. But all of the criticism was wrong. I mean, I'm being honest. Now that I have played the game, I can tell you all the criticisms are wrong. And I don't know why. And these are Nintendo fanboys. Like, I'm so disappointed. Like, this is coming from, like, some super hardcore Nintendo fanboys. Like, if you are a super hardcore Nintendo fanboy, then you should know better, dude. Like, you should know that, like, this is Metroid. Like, what do you expect? Like, what do you expect Nintendo to do? But if they change a lot of things, then people would complain, ooh, they changed so much. This doesn't even feel like a Metroid. You can't satisfy people. That's what I have learned. No matter what you do, you will never satisfy people. But from my perspective, this is a great game. I give this 9 out of 10 easily. Easily. Yep. Yep, you heard me. I give it 9 out of 10 easily. Anyway, so that's what I think about Metroid Prime 4 Beyond. All right, guys, it's almost midnight. I have to call it a night. Thank you for being here. Thank you for watching. It's just, I know I have to collect 2 more. There's 2 more codes I have to collect. And these codes has to be, aligned with that puzzle door. There's like a certain alien signature that you have to do in order to open that pathway. But right now, I'm too tired to be going around, looking around, I mean, I enjoyed doing this, but, when you are tired, when it's midnight, you're like, oh, man, I'm exhausted, Right now, my brain's not working, but when my brain is refreshed, then I know what to do. Like, okay, I've been here. Okay, let me give you some tips. Check the map. See where have you been. And go there and check everything. And once you go there and check everything, okay, just remember, don't go there back again. Because there's nothing there. You already collected what you collected. Go where you haven't been exploring. So go to the areas that you haven't explored. And keep exploring there and find those codes. And then I'm sure you will find those codes there in those areas. And then come back, So the game is teaching you like trial and error, and I get it. It's not for everyone. I'm not like sitting here telling everybody, ooh, everyone will enjoy this. Some people will not because, they don't find it fun. They don't want to think too much. They just want to have a good time. Listen. I'm a gamer. Most of the time, I like playing games for fun, right? Give me a Call of Duty, right? Give me Battlefield. Let me wave my hand for a medic, I like playing fun games. But I also sometimes like playing role-playing games. I like playing these types of games where you have to think. So obviously, Metroid is not for everyone. But if you're somebody who wants to get into Metroid, you have to understand there's a lot of trial and error. You have to think a lot, and you do that a lot in this game. So if you're somebody who doesn't like to think a lot, then most likely Metroid is not for you. But if you're somebody like me who likes to think, to figure out and solve the problems, majority of the time that's what you're doing. You're solving the problems. You're trying to figure things out. And I think that's the fascinating part about the Metroid. And I love that it's like that I'm stuck here now. That's okay. I can look at my map and I can see where I already been. See, I already know what I have to do for the most part. Like, I already know. I'll look at the map, right? So there's the map over here. I'll look at the map, right? And I already know where I've been. Okay, so I already know. Medical bays, okay, this is where I'm at. Where haven't I been, right? Which areas have I not been? Okay. Where have I not explored? Okay. So these 3 areas, those 2 areas, right? Medical bay and biolabs. I think I explored everything here on the medical bay. I think. But I will double check again. I will double check again here. I will double check here as well. I will double check here and here and here. And once I double check everything, I'm giving you a little tip. That's actually a pretty good tip. Okay, when you checked everything and you know for certain, like 100%, you checked everything. You scanned everything. You thoroughly checked everything like a good detective. You left no stone unturned, right? When you did all of that, then you gotta go up here. So you already know there's nothing here for you to check. You check already everything. So then go to the biolabs. Don't worry about the power station, the quarantine, because you haven't unlocked that, so you can't go there. So you need to check those 3 areas right here. These 3 areas. So again, that's what the game is doing. It's teaching you to think and not to be lazy. You know. And again, I hate to use the reference from a movie, The Edge, right? The movie, The Edge. Why do people die of shame in wilderness? Well, why do people die of shame in general? That was the question that was asked to Charles, right? Played by amazingly great Sir Anthony Hopkins. And he said to Alec Baldwin character, people die of shame because they didn't do one thing that would help them survive. And then Alec Baldwin character asked Charles, well, what is that? And then Charles, played by Anthony Hopkins, says, thinking. Think. What do you do here? What do we do here, right? How do we get out of this situation? Let's not just freak out and panic. What's that going to do? Panic, freaking out, anxiety ain't going to do shit. It's going to make things worse. Arguing with each other, being stressful is not going to do anything. So think, how do you get out of this situation? And that's what I like about these games. And I know I'm using one philosophy, one analogy, philosophy from the movie The Edge, which is one of my favorite movies, honestly, of all time. Written by David Mamet, great movie. And one of the amazing performances of Bart the bear, Kodiak bear. An amazing bear, trained by Zeus. That's the name of the trainer, Zeus, who trained that giant Kodiak bear. Anyway, if you've never seen the movie The Edge, go watch that movie. I mean, written by David Mamet. So, same thing here, right? The game is teaching you to use your brain, to think, solve problems. And I get it, I understand. This game, it's not for everyone. And I get it. Some people are not in mood to solve the problems. They just want to kick back, relax, sit on their sofa and have some fun. Yeah, man, I like doing that too. You know, there's a time and place for everything. But sometimes I like these types of games too. Sometimes I like to solve problems. And I think these types of games are good for your brain. Because you're teaching your brain how to handle situations when you are in a situation. Think. Don't act on your emotions. Don't panic. Right? Don't let that panic, fear voice take over. Like, well, one example, right? If you get stuck in the elevator, what's the first thing? Oh, God. I'm stuck in the elevator. It's the middle of the night. Oh, I'm stuck in a metal box, right? There goes that voice, right? Of freaking out. That starts creeping up, right? Because you don't like to be in closed spaces and you start having shortness of breath, trouble breathing, right? Because of the anxiety. That's no good, of course. So you have to be calm, breathe normally, and think. Be comfortable. Actually, be comfortable in uncomfortable situations. I mean, I can't say it any better than this. Maybe I should have a podcast about this. Be comfortable in uncomfortable situations, because there's going to be uncomfortable situations in your life. And majority of you are going to be freaking out, panic, anxiety, right? So this game is teaching you to think. And I know some people are probably saying, why are you using this analogy philosophy? Because it's true. I think a game like this is good for you to think. I think it's good to play a game like this instead of playing Call of Duty or Battlefield. Play something that's actually good for your brain. Figure things out. Solve the problems. I think more kids should be playing a game like this, honestly, instead of playing Roblox. Now, granted, Roblox does have some solving problems games, honestly, but also Roblox has a bunch of games that are like, just like 6-7, just like nothing else but just 6-7. If kids would be playing this type of a game, honestly, I think it would be good for kids to play Metroid. Because with Metroid, just like with Tetris, they're going to think. solving problems. And this is the reason why Nintendo, a lot of parents buy their kids a Nintendo, because Nintendo, even the Mario Party, you have to think. Like, you know, it's a 2D platformer, right? And you have to figure out what to do. So Metroid is known for like trying to figure and solve problems. And I think it's good for the kids to play these types of games so they can develop their brain and think how to solve problems, to figure things out on their own without depending on a parent or someone else to help them. Like, figure things out on your own. I think this is good, not just for kids, for anybody, even for a grown-ass man like me, to figure things out, to solve the problems. It doesn't matter what age you are. I think a game like this will help you solve problems and think, instead of just playing these ridiculous Call of Duty games and Battlefield games. Listen, I don't mind playing those types of games once in a while, but I also like playing these types of games. Let me tell you how I started before I end this live stream. I told you I've been a gamer since 1984. Because that's the fact, that's the truth. I've been a gamer since 1984. All right. And one of the very first computers was Spectrum ZX Sinclair. And on that computer, on that platform, yes, Spectrum ZX Sinclair platform. All right, because Spectrum was a platform, just like Commodore 64 was a platform, just like Amiga A500 was a platform. And Macintosh was a platform as well. So the very first game, when I was like how old was I? I don't know, 6 years old, give or take. The very first game was me and my brother. We were playing. We were very young, you know. I was 6. My brother was 7. We were playing this game called Lunar Lander. And I know Lunar Lander was available on Atari and other platforms, but for both me and my brother, the very first video game experience was on that Spectrum ZX Sinclair, the game called Lunar Lander. And the reason I'm mentioning Lunar Lander specifically, it's because Lunar Lander was about thinking. How do I land this lunar module? How do I land it? I only have enough thruster, and I need to conserve the thruster to safely land this lunar module. Capsule, you know, lunar capsule that sent us to the moon and land, you know, we landed on the moon. Allegedly, okay. I believe we did land on the moon. But anyway, that's a whole different subject. So it was a simple game, okay? It was nothing to look at it. There was like no fancy pantsy graphics, okay? It was a simple concept, just like Tetris and Pac-Man was a simple concept. Just like Frogger crossing the street was a simple concept. But the concept was using your brain to think. Same thing with the Tetris. It's the same thing with the Lunar Lander. How do I land this lunar capsule with only as much thruster that I have? And I need to conserve that thruster so I can successfully land. So what is that game teaching you? Teaching you to think. It's teaching you to think for yourself, not to be dependent on someone else to hold your hand, because no one's going to hold your hand forever. You're going to have to figure things out on your own. And that's why I love these types of games. I get it. I know they're not for everyone. People don't like to think. Sometimes people think they just want to relax and have a good time. I get that. But just like Tetris, just like Frogger, just like Pac-Man, those types of games makes you think, to solve problems, figure things out. And I think that's the whole point of Metroid. And it took me a long time to realize that about Metroid. But that's because I never was into Metroid, because I was busy playing other games. Okay? Not to mention I had to go through that war. in Bosnia, Sarajevo, a very brutal war for 4 years, 92 all the way through 95. So, I was absent from gaming, and then I came back 96, 97 with Sega, Saturn, and then Nintendo 64, and then later on PlayStation, of course, and Dreamcast and PlayStation 2 and all the other systems. But now, after 47 years, which is so ironic, now after 47 years, I get to finally understand what Metroid is all about. And when I look back at that video, or what was the live stream that I did of Metroid Dread, what an asshole I was. What a stupid ass I was. I know, really, I was an asshole. Like, it's just ridiculous, embarrassing. Me raging out on the Metroid Dread this, Metroid Dread that. Alright? And I think one of my friends from UK, should I mention his name? I don't know. I'm not going to mention his name because maybe he doesn't want to be mentioned. So I don't like mentioning people's names without their approval, and I'm not going to do that. But anyway, he was telling me, dude, I'm trying to explain to you, this is how you play this game. And I was so stubborn, I was like, nah, I don't care. This game's garbage, blah, 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 blah. Ray Liotta came out. I was raging out. But now I understand why Metroid Dread is the way it is. And also, Jaffe, the reason, IGN was making fun of Jaffe, it's not because they want to be a bunch of douchebags and make fun of Jaffe for no reason. But they were simply saying that they disagree with Jaffe. The IGN had a video podcast, and they said, Jaffe just doesn't understand the whole point of Metroid Dread. And I think this is what a lot of you guys were trying to explain to me down on the comment section. You were not trying to be a bunch of mean assholes, but you were just trying to tell me, hey, dude, do you even understand, like, the whole point of Metroid? Do you even know why you got to play Metroid a certain way? Why you do what you do, right? And of course, I was stubborn and all that. I was an asshole, But it's because I was stubborn. I didn't realize, hey, this is the whole point of this game. This is how you play this game. So the lesson learned is this. You have to understand the game. But to understand the game, you can't just play it for like a half an hour to an hour and then never touch it again. You really have to give the game a proper chance. And I was guilty of that, not giving the Metroid a proper chance. But now I'm giving the Metroid a proper chance. And I think same thing happened with the Death Stranding. I was shitting all over Death Stranding. Excuse my language. Because I didn't understand the Death Stranding when I was playing it originally in 2020. Or was it 2019? I'm sorry, 2019. When it came out in 2019. It was November 2019 or something like that. I didn't understand it, and I never finished it because I didn't understand the story. But that's because I was lazy, and it's my fault. I was too lazy to understand the story. Now, few years later, Hideo Kojima announced there's Death Stranding 2, right? And if you are familiar with current affairs of Mr. 4K, if you're following my channel, you do know that I was live streaming Death Stranding 2. And if you missed out on those live streams, please go and watch those live streams of me playing Death Stranding 2. And I finished it in about like 7 to 8 days. I think I clocked in around like 80 hours or close to 80 hours. And I didn't complete everything 100%, but I finished the game, the main campaign, the main story. But when I played Death Stranding 2, and when I finished it, I understood the story. I connected the dots. And once I connected the dots and once I understood the story, it was definitely my game of the year, for sure, for me. It still is the game of the year. Death Stranding 2, it's certainly a game of the year. Not because I'm a huge fan of Kojima, but because the story is really, really written well. It's so emotional and powerful. And I really love it. And you have to give a game a chance before you start saying, oh, this game is a trash, this is garbage. And I think a lot of people have a knee-jerk reaction, and they just want to have this knee-jerk reaction just to be the first to say, hey, here's my first impressions. Blah, 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 I don't like this, I don't like that. I don't like those first impressions. First impression really doesn't do anything. How many hours have you spent? How about you spent like a month, 1 month playing the game, and after 1 month, come back and then give us your first impressions. What do you think? Or give us a full review, for that matter, whatever. So, look, people are entitled to have their opinions. People are entitled to say whatever they want to say. You're entitled to have your opinion. But remember, opinions are someone else's perspectives. They're not facts. You catch my drift? I have plenty of opinions, but that's just my perspective. It's not a fact. So there's a difference between a fact and an opinion. That's why majority will value facts versus opinions. You know what I mean? And in this case, my opinion really doesn't mean anything. What matters is the facts. What is the Metroid all about? Well, let's lay out the facts, right? X, Y, and Z. This is what Metroid's all about. What's the Elden Ring all about? Well, let's lay out the facts. X, Y, and Z. That's what Elden Ring is all about. So you have to give these games a proper chance. You can't just play it for like 1 hour or 2 hours or even a few hours and never touch it again. So anyway, that's honestly my honest opinion about Metroid. And like I said, I want to start 2026. There's one more thing I want to say before I go, because I'm wrapping this up, this live stream. It's been already 4 hours and 30 minutes. I want to start 2026 fresh with new set of rules. And those new set of rules are going to be this. I will not talk about the product or a video game unless I tried it, unless I spent a lot of time playing it. I will refuse to talk about the product or a video game unless I spent a lot of time playing it. Why is this important to me? Because this way I don't have to put a foot in my mouth. I don't have to eat my own words talking about something that I haven't tried. You know what I mean? I think that's only fair to talk about the video games that you have played. And when I say played, not just like playing it for 1 hour, 2 hour. Like, I can't really tell you much about the game in 2 hours or 3 hours or 4 hours. I need to spend like long time playing it. Like, I need to play it for a long time. And then after I play it for a long time, then I can tell you after 7 to 8 days, after 1 week, maybe 2 weeks, I can tell you, all right, here's what I really think about this game now that I spent 2 weeks playing it, right? I think that's only fair to talk about the video games that I have played, because I can't just listen to other people's opinions, because we're different. Yes, we're all humans, but we're all different. We have different preferences. What you value, I might not value. What I value, you might not value, and vice versa. We all have different values. So I can't just listen to other people and what they say. I have to try things out for myself. So that's what I'm going to be doing in 2026. I will not be talking about a video game unless I played it and unless I spend a lot of time playing it. This is why I refuse to do a Nintendo Switch 2 review right away. That's why I said, give me about a couple of months till December 25th. And on Christmas Day, I will finally release a video. It's going to be 1 hour long. And I will tell you exactly how I feel about this console, what I think about the Nintendo Switch 2, etc., etc. And the features that it has, and all of the above. Because it's right only then, after 2 months, that I have spent a lot of time with this console, I'll be able to tell you all the ins and outs about this console and whether or not this is for you or not for you. or whether or not you should spend $500 or not. So I think that's fair, honestly. I don't think anyone will disagree with this. I think that's only fair to review products and video games, try it, spend some time with it, and then give people your honest opinion, you know. All right, guys. Well, there you have it. Thank you all for being here. Thank you, Shuki. Thank you, Creative Bondage. Thank you, Justin. And everybody else who was watching, thank you. Thank you for subscribing. Thank you for being here. And I will see you guys. I will see you guys today, Saturday. It is Saturday already, December 13th. Times fly by, doesn't it? Already December 13th. Thank you for support. Thank you for subscribing. Thank you for sharing. Remember, it's all about subscribe, share, like, comment. It's optional if you feel like it. So thank you. Appreciate it. God bless you guys. Happy holidays. And I will see you later on today. Thank you so much.